Tales of Arise, das Finale vielleicht? Lenegis. Die Gruppe landet schließlich auf Lenegis, dem Symbol für die 300-jährige Unterjochung Daenas durch die Renäer. In der Hoffnung, das Renes Alma sowie die Rote Frau zu finden, machen sich Alfin und seine Gefährten auf in einen geheimnisvollen Teil der Stadt, den nur Lords betreten dürfen. Die Verbotene Zone. Und ich habe eine Nebenquest angenommen, die heißt Rena und ihre Lords. Sprich mit den Leuten, die die Lords unterstützen. Und genau das werden wir jetzt tun hier in Lenegis. Ich befinde mich in der Wohngegend Zone 16 und werde nun mit den Party-Peoplen interagieren. Ich fange mit dem hinterletzten Dude an, der befindet sich irgendwo hier ums Eck. Und dann schauen wir mal, was er uns Spannendes zu sagen hat. So. Dann erzähl doch mal, was geht ab? Unerhört, dass jemand versuchen würde, mich von Haus Valkyries abzubringen. Hä, was wollt ihr? Sagt mir nicht, dass ihr für Lord Dohalim arbeitet oder diese schreckliche Almedria. Oder die kriegen echt gar nichts mit hier, ne? Nicht? Na, jagt mir nicht so einen Schrecken ein, um eure Frage zu beantworten. Meine Familie unterstützt seit Generationen Haus Valkyries. In der Tat, ich tue, was ich kann, um Lord Ganebelt hinter den Kulissen zu unterstützen, damit er siegreich hervorgeht. Viele halten ihn für einen grausamen Menschen, aber ich bin überzeugt, dass sie sich irren. Ich leugne nicht, dass er streng sein kann, aber er stellt Renas Interessen vorn an wie kein anderer. Ja, er wirbt sogar dafür, dass wir Daena kolonialisieren und unseren Horizont erweitern sollten, statt in Lenegis zu bleiben. So werden wir Herren beider Welten und sind auf Daenas Oberfläche keine Minderheit mehr. Deshalb möchte er der nächste Herrscher werden. Sagt mir, könnte es höhere, edlere Motive geben als das? Ich meine nicht. Es ist ein Streben nach Macht für den Fortschritt aller Renäer. Das macht ihn zu einem so beispielhaften Lord, einem Vorbild für alle. Obwohl ich ihn selbst nicht begleiten durfte, hatten meine beiden Söhne das Privileg, mit ihm auf die Oberfläche zu kommen. Als Vater erfüllt es mich mit endlosem Stolz. Geil, Gespräche, endlich. Wenn nicht Finale, dann morgen kein Star Ocean. Okay, jetzt bin ich motiviert, Harley, ich bin motiviert. Unerhört, dass jemand versuchen würde, mich von Haus Valkyries abzubringen. Oh, was wollt ihr? Sagt mir nicht. Ey, guck mal, er hat ja genau denselben Text auf einmal. Aber hier, sagt mit nicht. Wir haben in... Oh, nee, egal, der Text. So, sorry. Das häuft sich mit den kleinen Fehlern hier. Möchte ich mal meinen. Aber bei so vielen Texten, das kann ja mal passieren. Lord Dohalim, ihr seid zurückgekehrt. Ah, und wie ich sehe, brachtet ihr Gehilfen mit. Wir sind Gehilfen. Erinnert ihr euch an meine Wenigkeit? Mein Lord, gewiss doch, ja? Ich unterstütze nicht nur das Haus Ilkaras, sondern auch seine Lordschaft persönlich. So sehr, dass ich meine Wertschätzung seiner Lordschaft mit jedem zu teilen ersuche, der mir Gehör schenkt. Wie es sich ergibt, plane ich meine ausführlichen... Habe ich Strom angeschlossen? Ja. Okay, ausführlichen Schriften zu diesem Thema durch eben dieses Terminal zu publizieren, auf das sie jeder lese. Doch seit die Kabel nach der jüngsten Aufruhr durchtrennt wurden, konnte ich sie noch nicht hochladen. Ich weiß, da ihr mich gerade persönlich beehrt, lese ich sie euch einfach vor. Oh ja, bitte mehr Text. Es gibt einen famosen Mann, dessen Attraktivität nur von der Schönheit seiner Worte übertroffen wird. Jede Silbe ein Gedicht. Geht's um Harle? Er entstammt dem rühmlichen Haus Ilkaras und trägt den Namen Lord Dohalim. Musik ist seine Passion, die Künste, seine große Liebe. Der gemeine, barbarische Pöbel seines Landes erblasset angesichts seiner Herrlichkeit. Immer noch Harle. So vollendet und majestätisch ist seine Haltung. Der bloße Gedanke daran versetzet mich in höchste Ekstase. Sobald er unser Herrscher wird, soll für Rena eine neue Blütezeit anbrechen, eine Ära des Wohlstands für unsere große Zivilisation. Bis dieser glorreiche Tag kommt, werde ich auf ewig für seinen Sieg beten, ob morgen, Mittag oder Abend. Nun, was denkt ihr, mein Lord? Ich schüttete mein ganzes Herz aus, um euer Wesen angemessen wiederzugeben. Moment, ich vergaß völlig die Vorliebe seiner Lordschaft für das Sammeln kostbarer Artefakte zu erwähnen. Ich muss die Zeit nutzen, in der die Verbindung getrennt ist, und mein Versäumnis beheben. Nur dann ist mein Meisterwerk vollendet. Ach, die meine Fresse ist die keinen Bock mehr gehabt. Bin abgehauen. Lord Dohalim, ihr seid zurückgekehrt. Ah, und wie ich sehe, es ist echt einfach derselbe Text. Ist nervig. Egal, was er zu sagen hat. Hauptsache, ich habe das Gespräch einmal angeklickt. Aber ich hasse das, wenn da kein Haken hinter ist irgendwie. Ihr wollt wissen, welchen Lord ich unterstütze? Wieso? Werbt ihr um Unterstützung für jemanden? Ich stehe auf Seiten seiner Exzellenz Erwolzi Teldilis. Ihr kennt ihn vermutlich besser als Lord Bolsek. Ich weiß, dass ihn viele für einen Haudegen halten. Glaubt mir, ich weiß, dass er ein aggressiver Mann sein kann. Diesen Leuten ist jedoch nicht klar, wie sehr er sich um die Mitglieder seines Hauses kümmert. Es ist durchaus so, dass Haus Teldilis wenig Ansehen genießt. Die von uns, die ihm dienen, geben das bereitwillig zu. Aber seine Exzellenz verteidigt uns gegen jeden, der uns schaden will, das ist gewiss. Seine Bemühungen im Kampf um die Krone dienen nicht nur seiner Familie. Er will damit den Stand jedes Mitglieds seines Hauses verbessern. Ich verdanke seiner Exzellenz so viel. Ich würde es nie erträumen, einem anderen Lord zu dienen. Da, guck mal, jetzt ist er erst abgehakt. Wenn man den Text ja schon kennt. So, Wohnviertel 4. Ich glaube, 2 Gespräche hier noch. Dann haben wir den Teil zumindest erstmal abgeschlossen. Das Gebiet unterliegt der alleinigen Jurisdiktion von Haus Kaineris. Ich muss euch auffordern, sofort zu gehen. Gewiss wollt ihr nicht vorgeben, nichts ahnend über unser berühmtes Haus zu sein, beherrscht vom geschätzten Lord Almedria. Falls doch, rufe ich euch an, gut zuzuhören. Nun, ihr solltet so oder so gut zuhören. Ist euch je aufgefallen, dass in der Geschichte von Lenegis nur wenige Frauen den Titel des Lords erlangten, um im Kampf um die Krone anzutreten? Es gibt zahlreiche Theorien zu den Ursachen, aber Lord Almedria räumte alle Zweifel der Neinsager durch schiere Macht aus. Sie stürzte nicht nur ihren Vater und vorheriger Familienanführer, sondern entfernte auch ihren älteren Bruder, um den Thron selbst zu besteigen. Sie entfernte ihn. Sie ist eine Frau, die von nichts Halt macht, um zu erlangen, was sie möchte. Eine Frau, die ihren Feinden keine Gelegenheit zum Angriff bietet. Lord Almedria ist wahrlich eine talentierte Frau. Niemand sonst verkörpert die Tugend unserer Meritokratie besser als sie. Bald schon wird das Zeitalter einer glorreichen Herrscherin über ganz Lenegis anbrechen. Und nochmal, ich klicke den Text durch, weil ich kann. Das ist der Monk in mir. Du hast mir das Leben gerettet, ich wäre hinüber, wärst du nicht im richtigen Moment gekommen, mein Fräulein. Wir mögen mitten in einem Kampf um die Krone stecken, aber ich wusste nicht, dass eine so begabte Astralpraktikerin unter uns ist. Verzeiht. Ach, du musst dich nicht so tief verbeugen. Ich habe nur den Schwachpunkt dieses Zeugels getroffen. Ich durfte nicht mal runter nach Dana für den Kampf um die Krone. Also bin ich nicht sicher, was ich von deinem ganzen Lob halten soll. Als Mitglied der oberen Kaste befehlige ich dir, eine Route von hier zum Nachbarviertel zu erkunden. Bitte nicht, das kann man doch nicht von einem alten Mann wie mir erwarten. Nicht, wenn in dem Teil der Stadt Zeugel wild umherstreuen. Genau deshalb sollst du dich darum kümmern. Du willst doch nicht einem Befehl widersetzen, oder? Glaubt doch nicht, dass der da irgendeine Zeugelchance hat. Macht er nicht. Das Wohnviertel ist völlig zerstört, die Straßen sind chaotisch und wir haben keinen Strom. Auch die Informationsschalter sind ausgefallen. Wir können mit keinen anderen Renäern unten in Dana Kontakt aufnehmen. Ich frage mich, ob der Herrscher weiß, was vor sich geht. Der weiß, ein Scheiß. Ja. Hier war nochmal ein Gespräch. Was geschieht hier? Ich verstehe es nicht. Es gab keinen Erlass zur Ankündigung, wie sonst immer. Das Recht, selbst wenn es ein Unfall war, ist doch seltsam, dass wir vom Herrscher noch kein Wort dazu gehört haben. Täuschen mich meine Ohren oder willst du damit sagen, dass du dem Herrscher nicht traust? Zu deiner Information, ich war Teil der Delegation, die im Rahmen des vorherigen Kampfes um die Krone mit ihm herunter nach Dana reiste. Er war ein brillanter Mann, auch im Umgang mit Astral Arts. Ich bin sicher, er ist über die Situation im Bilde und hat bereits einen Plan. Bis dahin müssen wir einfach abwarten und auf sein Urteilsvermögen vertrauen. Ist da irgendwie eine Truhe oder so? Ja, guck mal, hab ich doch gesehen. Schafsfleisch. So. Ja, mal schön in die Ecken gucken. Geht hier oben noch irgendwas? Nee. Okay, dann führe ich das letzte Gespräch, der Nebenquest. Geradezu abscheulich. Ach, ich habe gerade nur etwas über Warren gelesen. Kann ich euch helfen? Ich war immer ein überzeugter Unterstützer von Lord Urvagil Hildris. Wäre er nicht so plötzlich auf der Oberfläche gestorben. Wohl noch immer. In meinen Augen ist Lord Urvagil der wahre Wasserlord. Ich glaube keine Sekunde daran, dass er bei einem Unfall starb, wie es heißt. Und was Volrans Herrschaft über Genepharos angeht, ich mag gar nicht dran denken, er versklavt nicht nur Danea, sondern auch Renea. Wir mögen in einer Gesellschaft leben, in der Sieger alles bekommt, aber seine Handlungen verstoßen gegen Grundgebote unseres Volkes. Und außerdem, was für eine Erblinie soll dieses Haus Igneseri überhaupt sein? Bis er auftauchte, hatte ich noch nie davon gehört. Das kann nur bedeuten, dass er zum niedersten Pöbel der Gesellschaft zählt. Dass eine derart gemeine Familie plötzlich einen Astralpraktiker hervorbringt, der zum Lord aufsteigt, ist völlig unerhört. Nichts davon ergibt Sinn, ganz zu schweigen vom Aufruhr, der hier zuletzt herrschte. Was wird nur aus unserem Volk?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
Keiner kennt Volron, was ist da los?
Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Quest abgeschlossen. Oh, zum Glück muss ich noch irgendwo anders hingehen, um die abzuschließen. Und auch kein neues Gespräch freigeschaltet. Oh mein Gott. Heißt das Content? Kann ich weitergehen? Nein. So kenne ich das Spiel ja gar nicht. Gerade so abscheulich. Ja, der hat dasselbe zu sagen. Okay. So, dann geht's hier weiter. Ja, eine Truhe. Traubengelee, geil. Das ist halt viel zu teuer, um das selber zu kaufen. Vater, was geht hier vor sich? Ich hab Angst. Ich weiß nicht, mein Sohn, in all meinen Jahren hier auf Lenegis geschah noch nie so etwas. Nicht ein einziges Mal. Es gab immer einen Erlass, bevor irgendwas geschah. Diesmal gab es nicht nur keinen, sondern im Wohnviertel kam es zu Schäden und Verletzten. Könnte das bedeuten, dass gerade etwas Schlimmes vor sich geht? Könnte sein. Fürs Erste können wir nur abwarten und auf das Beste hoffen. Fusigor. Geilon. Klingt wie so eine Maßeinheit. Geilonen.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgrath, the former lord of Cislodia.
Der gute Hanfried.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Verbotene Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, aber ich glaube, ich muss zur verbotenen Zone. Gab so 1, 2 Hinweise. Wie konnte das geschehen? Über Jahre hinweg war Lenegis eine Bastion der Ordnung und Stabilität. Ab wo lief plötzlich alles schief? Ab hier. Ab jetzt. Oh nein.
Doe?
Ein Gespräch.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Lass doch einfach sie töten.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Da habe ich ja abgeschaltet. Ich habe ein schlechtes Gewissen, dass ich fliehe, während da draußen Kinder kämpfen Und um die musst du dich nicht sorgen, so rum. Sie kommen aus einer höherrangigen Familie als unsere. Deshalb sind ihre Astralart stärker als unsere. Sie erfüllen lediglich ihre gesellschaftliche Pflicht als Mitglieder der herrschenden Elite. Ich weiß aber, es fühlt sich trotzdem nicht richtig an. Ich weiß nicht, bei Star Ocean mag ich manchmal diesen Sci-Fi-Touch und Mix. Bei Arise spüre ich es noch nicht so ganz. Ich bin da lieber unten in der Mittelalterwelt und kämpfe gegen irgendwelche Monster. Wie groß ist denn der Ort noch, sag mal? Oh, okay, da geht's zur verbotenen Zone wahrscheinlich. Oh, warte. Einfach Text geskippt. Das ist verrückt. Wie lange geht es noch so weiter? Ich weiß nicht, normalerweise hätten wir längst Befehle von oben, die allen Klassen mitteilen, was sie tun sollen. Ich bezweifle, dass es dazu kommt. In der Stadt scheint die ganze Befehlskette zusammengebrochen zu sein. Niemand weiß, was geschieht. Das bedeutet freilich nicht, dass nicht irgendjemand jeden unserer Schritte beobachtet. Wir sollten erstmal schauen, ob hier irgendwo jemand Höherrangiges rumläuft. Vielleicht hat er eine Ahnung, was wir tun sollen. Naja, Dohalim ist doch Lord. Der weiß ganz genau, was ihr tun sollt. Wählt Dohalim. Tofu. Ah, ich dachte eben, das wäre eine Truhe. Ist aber nicht. Das Futtergehege ist in schlechtem Zustand. Wer weiß, wie viele Menschen gestorben sind. Was mit den Zeugeln passiert? Sag mir nicht, sie sind ausgebrochen. Nein, wir konnten sie zum Glück zurückdrängen, bevor sie weit kamen. Nicht, dass es was bringen würde, wenn sie auch in andere Viertel entkamen. Wenn ich raten müsste, würde ich sagen, dass in Lenegis jede Menge Zeugel frei rumlaufen. Und es gibt deutlich mehr von ihnen als von uns. Was sollen wir tun? Alle unsere besten Soldaten sind unten in Dana stationiert. Naja, es wird wohl eine Aufgabe für uns werden. In der verbotenen Zone. Miau.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renans sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Ptarmigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Wenn man den Gerüchten Glauben schenken darf, sind nicht nur die Zeugen außer Kontrolle. Offenbar rebelliert auch eine Gruppe von Panzersoldaten. Nach allem, was wir wissen, könnte dies der Anfang von einer Art Aufstand sein, meinst du nicht? Das ist absurd. Wer könnte eine solche Verschwörung aushacken und glauben, dass er damit davonkommt? Das stimmt. Wenn man gegen den Herrscher rebelliert, rebelliert man gegen die gesamte renäische Zivilisation. Es ist so oder so schwer zu beurteilen. In der Geschichte von Lenegis kam es noch nie zu so etwas. Wir wissen einfach zu wenig. Da ist noch ein Gespräch. Wenn die Dinge sich nicht bald beruhigen, sollten wir nicht ein Raumschiff aufsuchen, damit wir von hier entkommen? Können wir nicht. Um ein Raumschiff für andere Zwecke als den Kampf um die Krone zu betreten, benötigen wir die Erlaubnis des Herrschers. Ja, und wo ist der Herrscher? Warum ist er nicht hier? Um uns in diesen Notzeiten zu führen. Ja, wo ist er denn eigentlich? Mal gucken, hier oben wird wahrscheinlich eine Truhe sein, weil keine Gespräche hier sind. Echt keine Truhe? Bin ein bisschen enttäuscht bin ich jetzt schon. Aber hier hinten in der Ecke, ne? Auch nicht. Das ist schon ein bisschen low.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Puh, okay, genau. Waffen. Ah, es gibt schon wieder stärkere. Die Sündenklinge ist nicht die stärkste Waffe. Ja, gut. Renäisches Gladius. Noch immer. Ja, DF, noch immer. Es ist eine never-ending Story, aber es sieht gut aus. Wir haben es bald. Heute kriege ich es durch. Das ist der Plan. Dunkle Mähne fehlt mir. Ah, guck mal, er kann renäisches Zestus bauen. Heuschrecken gerade, das könnte ich auch bauen. Uff. Strahlendes Licht, T3. es ist alles so teuer. Ich habe gar kein Geld. Wo kriege ich jetzt Geld her? Ich könnte Traubengelee verkaufen oder so. Oh mein Gott, hat er... Oh Gott. Hat er auch noch Rüstungen? Hat er auch noch Rüstungen, aber die sind nicht so geil. Also sind okay, teilweise. Das ist gar nicht gut, das ist gar nicht gut. World of Shadows, moin. Padautz, genau. Huf, ich habe so viel Geldmangel, Leute. Ich gehe unter. Ich gehe hier unter. Komm, ich muss irgendwas ein bisschen verkaufen zumindest. Aber es bringt alles nichts. Oh. Ich hoffe, die neuen Gegner, gegen die man hier kämpft, bringen einigermaßen was. Guck mal, das Ding kann raus. Und die Sündenklinge behalte ich erstmal. Vielleicht. Ich weiß gar nicht, warum es einen Erfolg gegeben hat, die zu schmieden, wenn das nicht die beste Waffe ist.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Muss ich nochmal ratzen mit den Charakteren? Ne, sieht gut aus. Und ich weiß gar nicht, habe ich genügend Heilstuff? Farmen. Ja, ich glaube, ich muss wirklich mal farmen. Orangengel, das sieht gut aus. Trank des Lebens. KP deutlich erhöhen, das machen wir mal für Law. Law ist ständig am struggeln, was das angeht. Angriff deutlich verstärken, ja sorry, das bin ich. Okay, jetzt Angriffsgebiet, verbotene Zone. Du, ich bin dir noch was schuldig, erinnerst du dich? Nee. Hilf mir.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Bist du mir was schuldig?
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them.
Aber ich bin auch der Typ, ich erinnere mich an nichts.
I am Lord Dohalim of Menensia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not.
Oh!
Fight, they got one.
Einäscherungswelle. Mittelfinger Mausradmaster. So. Dankeschön für, oh Gott, da steht so viel Text. Tier 1 for 2 months, zweiter fortlaufender Monat. Danke für den Sub. Wie geht's euch allen? Habt ihr heute frei oder gestern oder gar nicht oder beide Tage? Brot. Ey Leute, ich bin endlich mal wieder in einem Kampf, ne? Dass ich das noch erleben darf. Mal kein Gespräch. Und die sind nicht mal schwer. Get toasty! Ich weiß gar nicht, was haben die für ein Level? 44? Ja, gut. Ich hab gar nicht geguckt, diese Einäscherungswelle, wie cool ist die? Sieht gut aus. Hab ich ja letztens erst gelernt. Gestern aber 2 Wochen Urlaub. Ja, okay. Machst du Chili Vanille oder hast du irgendwas geplant?
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more.
Schade.
And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zugals during experiments here and there.
Du meinst den von
Not much
Dohalim, ne?
else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Schade. Oh, Hundemarke aus Platin, die kann man bestimmt verkaufen. Ich bin dafür, wir machen einen Screenshot von dem Bauchnabel und das ist dann dein neues Profilbild für Discord. Was hältst du denn davon? Ich glaube, das würdest du fühlen. Traubengelee. Oh Gott. Jetzt mal eine Frage in den Chat. Welche Art Emotes wünscht ihr euch von dem Kanal? Welches Maskottchen? welche Emotionen in den Emotes sind unerlässlich für euch. Hier wäre jetzt ganz nice. Xian, kriegen wir? Dankeschön. Oh, Einäschungswelle mag ich, ey. Gut, dass ich das gelernt habe. Diese Idle Animation, ne? Als animiertes Emote dann. Warte mal, ich guck kurz Discord. So. Fühle ich. Aber das ist auch ein perfektes Beispiel, Hade. Die Gottespilgerin. Gibt es einen Schwachpunkt? Nee. Ja, ist aber tatsächlich, ist halt schwierig zu sagen, ne? Bisher haben wir Tuna, aber das Spiel kam nie raus. Ninja Brigade hätten wir. Oder nimmt man etwas, was ich zockertechnisch privat mag? Irgendwas von Shining oder von Breath of Fire oder keine Ahnung. Tay-Tays. Können natürlich auch alles mit dem roten Panda machen aus Ninja Brigade. Bauch kommt bei dir über Hintern. Du guckst dir also gerne in die Augen dabei. Bauchnabel-Emotes. Jetzt möchte ich, dass du streamst. Und Marie, ich möchte, dass du das bitte umsetzt. Das ist mir jetzt ein Bedürfnis, ganz ehrlich. Und die Kanalpunkte, Harle, sind das bei dir dann auch Bauchnäbel? Sammelt man die dann da? Oh, das ging daneben. Reicht das? Düsterklaue und stirb bitte. Nee, er mag nicht, aber warte, ich mach mal schnell so Schluss. Oh, das reicht auch nicht. Ach komm. Bist du tot? Ja. Danke. Massenverwüstung. Oh, 2K Erfahrungspunkte, das ist nicht schlecht. Und ich habe gerade noch den Erfahrungsboost, also schnell gehen und in den nächsten Kampf rein. Und kann ich den noch Boost brechen? Ja, hat nicht mehr geklappt. Ja, es musste ja passieren. Retz mich mal, Xion. Oh, sie hat's gleich. Ja. Danke. Oh, der andere castet gleich auch irgendeinen Scheiß. Dragonerlehre. Das war knapp. Au. Yes. Puh. Ich mag die Waffe Katzenbastion. Also, das ist das Schild von Kisara, das sieht ziemlich süß aus. Das ist jetzt der einzige, der noch übrig ist. Gibt es eigentlich von Dragon's Dogma 2 jetzt schon ein Release-Date? Weiß das irgendjemand? So, official? Oh mein Gott, habe ich gerade 4K bekommen? Schnell in den nächsten Kampf. Ich glaube, hier kann man bestialisch gut leveln. Oh Gott, ich sterbe gleich. Danke. Ich werde bald ein bisschen... Oh, warte. Orangengelee oder so benutzen müssen, weil meine HP langsam alle gehen. Schon nur noch 100 noch was. Das ist ein bisschen wenig. Da hinten ist bestimmt auch ein Kampf, oder? Nee, ist nicht. Aber halt ein Item. Ich würde gern in den nächsten Kampf schnell rein. Rezept für Erdbeerkuchen. Aber ich glaube, das schaffe ich zeitlich nicht mehr, oder? Ananasgelee. Oh, schnell. Oh! Das hat noch gereicht. Au. Oh shit.
Leave it to you. I can carve through one. Far enough. Not in your dreams. In a bind. Take this. I got you. Here, this one's mine. Swallow dead. Think you can fly? Covered win. Try harder. My turn. You're mine. You escape. Soaring light spear. Slice. Lunar Ronda. Guardian field. Come on. You're mine. I'm not done. Keep the flame inside me. Yours.
Oh Gott, ey. Der war einfach viel zu viel HP, kannst du nichts erzählen. Aber wie ist das? Setzt er jetzt meinen Angriff zurück und ist mein KP weg? Was ich gerade eingesetzt habe? Ey, ganz ehrlich, das ist ein Game Design Fail Shit. Nur weil die KI entschieden hat, jetzt ihre mystische Art da zu verballern, habe ich meine ganzen KP verloren, die ich gerade aufgeladen habe. Das finde ich ein bisschen scheiße. Oh shit. Hallo Lauri, grüß dich. Wie geht's deinen Haaren? Wie geht's deinen Hunden? Wie geht's dir? Oh Gott. Wir sind hier im hoffentlich Endspurt des Spiels. Ich wage die Behauptung aufzustellen, es heute durchzubekommen. Aber das habe ich schon in den letzten 3 Streams oder so gesagt. Aber wann, frag ich? Ja, wann? Meinen Haaren geht's gut, danke. Uni liegt in der Ladeschale und ist total platt. Mir geht's auch gut, hab gerade was zu essen. Was gibt's denn Leckeres? Patapon. Mir geht's gut. Ich habe heute 2 Burger gegessen. Dementsprechend geht's mir sehr gut. Mein Name ist Timmy. So, wie viel Erfahrungspunkte? Ist da irgendwas zu sammeln? Nein. Schnell in den nächsten Kampf. Wir wollen ja den Multiplayer mit dem Tortellini Feta-Salat. Oh, das ist das Ding. Ich liebe einfach Feta, ne? Also alles andere, was du geschrieben hast, ist bestimmt auch toll, aber bei Feta war ich eh schon. Da hast du mich gehabt dann. Alles andere ist egal. Ja, es waren wirklich, ich würde gerne noch 2 davon essen. Ich finde nächstes Mal, ey, wenn Pat mal wieder hier ist oder so, mach doch gerne Burger Challenge. Wer macht den geileren Burger? Und ich bin der Verkoster und ich esse einen Burger von dir und ich esse einen Burger von Pat. Oh. Und ich profitiere als einziger davon. Das ist doch schön. Oh nein, ich muss da runter. Oh, okay, so. Ich glaube, ich pfeife nochmal so zwischendurch Orangengelee rein. Ah, kam nicht mehr durch, ne? Nee. Hallo. Müsste nicht bald ein neuer Fighter Pass rauskommen? Und ich weiß nicht, ob sie jetzt schon wieder neue Turniere drin haben oder so. Ich bin jetzt doof, ne? Ich kam original von hier, aber da war ich noch nicht, ne? Ich muss da nochmal hin. Bestimmt. Oh ja, da liegt irgendein Schissel. Da profitiere ich echt ganz schön, ja. Ich auch deshalb nicht mehr in die Metro einkaufen fahren. Da kaufen wir mal diesen riesen Oh Gott, warte mal. 1 Kilogramm Feta? Das ist ein Ding? In die Metro? Kenne ich. Was ist das? Was ist die Metro? Ist das eine Einkaufshalle? Bin ich doof, weil ich das nicht kenne? Ich kenne nur Metronom zum Einsteigen. Zug. Aber ich will auch mal einen von Pats legendären Burgern probieren. Hast du das gehört, Pat? Kriegen wir das hin? Geht nicht, nie wieder. Nein! Nicht mal für mich allein. Pat, du kannst doch nicht. Pat. Aber ich muss da runter. Was mache ich hier oben noch? Oh nein, jetzt ist der Gegner weggehüppelt. Falsche Richtung. Brecher. Warte, der ist fast kaputt. Ja. Nee, Metro kenne ich nicht. Das ist eine riesen Einkaufshalle. War früher nur für Selbstständige eben möglich, dort einkaufen zu gehen mit Karte. Ist das auch so ein Norden-Ding? Kennen wir das hier im Norden? Ich mal sagte, melde dich da an, als du Werbung gekriegt hast. Ach so, ja. Irgendein Werbezettel, den ich wieder ignoriert habe, war. Da bräuchte ich ja Geld auf dem Firmenkonto. Ja, jetzt einfach noch straight durch. Aber die Combo wird jetzt auslaufen, leider. Metro gibt's überall in Hamburg. War ich schon in der Metro? Okay. Ja, nee, dann habe ich das noch nicht genutzt. Wo ist denn das in Hamburg? Wo du warst?
You picked the wrong fight. That'll bring you down. You're mine.
Oh, ein Sack.
Crush you.
Okay, gibt 3 Stück in Hamburg. Niendorf. Oh, yes. Ja, warum willst du mir auch aufs Maul gehen, Marie? Hat sich Nico angesteckt. Marius! Oh, und der Blanka vom Turnier macht mich immer noch so wütend, ne? Der war halt nicht mal krass, aber keine Ahnung, ich finde Blanka einfach richtig scheiße in dem Teil. Was ist denn eine nette Begrüßung? Ein bisschen Braindead im Kampf kann man schon sein, das ist ganz gut. Ja, von wegen Endspurt und Finale auf den Trick falle ich nicht mehr rein. Hallo Nische, grüß dich. Ein bisschen Clickbait muss doch sein, oder? Für normale Einkäufe finde ich es da unpraktisch. Viele bekommst halt nur in Großpackungen, aber so Familienfeiern, Geburt. Da müsste ich ja eine Familie haben und feiern und Geburtstage haben. So gehe ich da halt auch dann einkaufen. Grundsätzlich, wenn ich zu Ikea oder so fahre. Okay, nice. Aber ich meine, eine Kilopackung Feta ist ja jetzt nicht für eine Familienfeier. Das ist ja eher für einen kurzen Nachmittag alleine. Von daher. Genau das. Ja, und vor allem wahrscheinlich wirklich zu Großhandelspreisen, ne? Listeneinkaufspreisen? 2 Kilogramm Packung Knickknacks. Oh mein Gott.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Wie der Combo zählt auch schon wieder direkt voll ist. 21k. Das ist sexy. Was sagt mein Level? 44. Ist ein bisschen besser geworden. Und meine FP, die sind scheiße. Die sind alle scheiße. Okay, nächste Ebene. Oder was das hier wird. Ich brauche schnell einen Gegner für den Kombo-Zähler. Cutscene.
This must be it. The entrance to the Verbotene Zone.
Der im Nico stand halt.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Ja, wir konnten uns damals nicht leisten, einzukaufen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, Why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Okay, Leute, das sieht aus wie ein Bosskampf. Ich glaube, wir sind nicht genug Leute, dass sich eine Abstimmung heute lohnt, ne? Bin mal gespannt, aber es fühlt sich noch nicht wie das Finale an. Ich glaube, das geht auch noch ein bisschen länger, das ganze Ding hier.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Hallo, Sparrow.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
Nice, Schwachstelle leuchtet, so muss das. Level 45, ja, das wird nichts. Das ist ein easy Gegner. Ich glaube, ich muss das Kopfteil hier angreifen. Oh, ich sollte vielleicht nicht im Laser stehen. Okay, Shion ist fast gestorben. Ah, guck mal, er hat schon relativ viel Damage genommen in so einer kurzen Zeit. Und Sparrow, wie geht's dir? Du bist in den Finalstream hier reingehuscht. Heute ziehen wir es durch. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse, alright. Gepeinigte Glieder. Okay, Law ist fast tot.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Ja. Schnell, komplizierter weitermachen. Ja, Healing Circle ist gut. Kann ich gebrauchen. Ich weiß gar nicht, ich habe doch die ganze Zeit durchgekommen. Warum ist der Kombozähler wieder runter? Ach Mann. Oh, yes. Sein Schwachpunkt ist gerade zerstört. Also sieht ganz cool aus, aber ist halt nur so ein Zwischenboss, ne? Da muss noch was Schlimmeres kommen. Warte. War das gerade bei Erde gerade seine Schwäche? Ah ne, es ging von mir aus, okay. Hälfte haben wir schon. Wochenmitte. Ja, und für mich kommt morgen halt auch Star Ocean 2 raus und da habe ich schon Bock drauf. Oh Gott. Shion? Kriegst du hin? Oh shit. Oh nein, ich muss selber retzen. Oh, irgendjemand hat ein Item benutzt. Okay. geh weg. So, jetzt. Oh, schon wieder. Die benutzen meine Items. Was hat sie gecastet? Auferstehung. Okay, nee, dann bräuchte ich es nicht machen. Dann warte ich kurz, bis sie fertig ist. Dann gehen wir wieder auf seinen Kopf. Ich glaube, einen Schmankerl kann ich mal reinhauen. Oh, Law ist natürlich schon wieder tot. Das haben wir noch nie gesehen. Oh, yes. Ah, das tat weh. Mir leider auch. Trank des Lebens. Gott verretzen. Der neue V-Mode. Die Wii-Fernbedienung. Mit V-Motion Plus, oder? Und was hast du vor, damit zu spielen? Ich hoffe, meine funktionieren doch. Ich habe die ewig nicht mehr getestet. Ich habe halt den Güldenen von Skyward Sword. Oh Gott. Law ist tot. Natürlich. Oh Gott, ich stehe ja scheiße, ne? Oh, dieses Warpen von ihm ständig. Oh, sein Schwachpunkt ist ja noch da. Er ist fast tot. Oh, ich muss da raus. Okay, das war's. Ihr seht ja, da hat sich echt keine Abstimmung gelohnt. In Pink. Ohne Motion Plus, okay. Brauchst du so gut wie nicht. Die Motion Plus Kondome. Ja, die sind fancy. Die gibt's ja auch in Farben, ne?
Now it's just her. Faria, can you hear me? Faria.
She's preparing another summoning.
Ah, nice. Dann viel Spaß schon mal. Prophylaktisch.
At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Oh Gott.
Forgive me.
Als Kauknochen genutzt.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
Boah, 9K. Das ist richtig viel.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right?
Oh, Faria, die Marionette, schon wieder ein neuer Talk, den ich mir angucken kann. Irgendwie ein Item versteckt? Nö. Ja, komm, geben wir uns den Talk. Machen wir.
Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Okay, also wenn er mir jetzt schon so kommt, dann muss da jetzt gleich ein Bosskampf wieder sein. Bin mal gespannt, wie wild es wird. Also erstmal Genesung benutzen. Und ich habe jetzt aber keinen Bock, nochmal irgendwo einkaufen zu gehen. Ehrlich gesagt, ich habe jetzt auch nicht so viel Kohle. Aber ich habe Hundemark aus Platin. Warte mal, es kommt ein bisschen drauf an. Habe ich hier eine Schnellreise? Ja, verbotene Zone, Eingangsbereich. Nee, keine Schnellreise. Das finde ich halt auch so... Ich gehe bestimmt nicht den ganzen Weg nochmal. Ein bisschen... meinst du, das Spiel endet heute? Ich glaube, ich kann es schaffen. Ich glaube, ich kann es schaffen, dass es heute endet, ja. Okay, Orangengelee. Und nochmal. Gehen wir da rein. Ich meine, es klingt ja auch schon sehr endig, ne? Jetzt hier. Wenn er schon sagt, mach nochmal alles. Der Weg führt nur vorwärts. Okay, Leute, es geht los. Das war mal was man nachgesagt. Ich fühle mich ertappt. Ein bisschen. Oh, ich dachte, jetzt kommt hier direkte Cutscene. Ja gut, wenn hier noch so Gewusel ist. Un Moment, was ist das denn da hinten? Also hier geht's dann weiter. Und hier? Was soll da sein? Verbotene Zone, Forschung. Ach, das ist... Ja, jetzt weiß ich. Ich will das nicht.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Ja, okay, wenn er unbedingt will, dann gehen wir da jetzt eben rein. Ist denn der jetzt so neugierig?
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis.
Wie viele von diesen Skits es wohl gibt im Spiel? 100, 200, 300?
Standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table
Ist das ein Call-Hard oder hast du gegoogelt? Ist das legit?
The Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now,
Oh, dieser wahnsinnig oder was?
this area's true purpose, and why it was kept
Bestimmt
hidden
irgendwo ein
behind the scenes
YouTube-Video,
for so
All
long.
Skits. Ein Operationstisch. Viele Testpersonen sind nach ihren Operation zweifellos nie wieder aufgewacht.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup.
Wirklich, Arn?
The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment.
Kann das nicht mehr.
That must be the master cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Okay, wieder ein Thema, zu dem du mehr erfahren willst. Will ich das wirklich noch? Na komm, der Herrscher. Der Herrscher fungiert als Lenegis zentrale Steuerungseinheit für die Geisterbeschwörung. Jeder hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein daneisches Zielobjekt dient als Basis seiner Erschaffung. Ideale Kandidaten haben eine gleiche Affinität zu jedem Astralelement. Diese Eigenschaften sind unter den Bedingungen der echten Welt statistisch jedoch selten vorzufinden. Infolgedessen sterben die meisten Zielobjekte während der Angleichungsphase und selbst bei den Überlebenden ist keine Stabilität garantiert. Diese Instabilität kann in Verbindung mit der Macht zur astralen Manipulation des Herrschers ein großes Sicherheitsrisiko für Lenegis darstellen. Wenn der Herrscher in der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie eingesetzt wird, ist ein Unterstützungsmechanismus zur Stabilisierung erforderlich. Zusatz 1, viel Spaß im Lurk. Es wurden keine effektiven alternativen Methoden zur Zeremonie gefunden. Tests an daneischen Zielen dürfen fortgesetzt werden. Zusatz 2, Einheit 2 Angleichungen waren erfolgreich. Weitere Angleichungen werden während der Beobachtung ausgesetzt. Wieder ein Thema, zu dem du mehr erfahren willst. Der bärtige Cheffe. Die Jungfer. Die Jungfer fungiert als Unterstützungsmechanismus für die Geisterbeschwörung. Jede Jungfer hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein reneisches Zielobjekt stellt dem Herrscher das ergänzende dunkle Astral zusammen mit dem Renes Alma zur Verfügung. Während der Zeremonie kümmert es sich teilweise um die Astralenergieumwandlung sowie um die Stabilität der eigenen Macht des Herrschers. Es wurde ferner beobachtet, dass das Maß an Intimität zwischen ihm und dem Herrscher positive Auswirkungen auf die Stabilität der Zielobjekte hat. Aus diesem Grund sind Testaktivierungen des Herrschers in Abwesenheit der Jungfer ausdrücklich verboten. Außerdem sind weder der Herrscher noch die Jungfer über die Einzelheiten der Geisterbeschwörung in Kenntnis zu setzen. Zusatz 1. Die mentale Instabilität der Jungfer gilt als Ursache für die Untriebe des letzten Herrschers. Gegenmaßnahmen sind zu erwägen. Zusatz 2. Gemäß den Plananpassungen wird die Jungfer-Registrierung des jetzigen Zielobjekts widerrufen und sie kehrt in ihre Familie zurück. Eieiei, Terminal verlassen. Hier geht es auch noch nach hinten durch so ein bisschen, ne? Ich gucke erstmal, ob wir hier vielleicht eine Truhe haben oder sowas. Zumindest hätte ich einen in die Ecke gepackt. Aber nein, haben wir nicht. Guck mal, hiermit kann ich interagieren. Eine Nachricht. Dieser Bereich wird jetzt geschlossen, da das Projekt in die Endphase geht. Okay. Zeigt Lenegis Strukturen. Man sieht dort Rohre für den Transport von Astralenergie herausragen. Finale, Missy. Wie war dein Stream? Wie weit bist du gekommen? Der Nico ist ein Kartoffel. Er ist auch ein Kartoffel. Felix, was geht? Zeigt die Ausstattung dieses Raums. Er wurde schon lange nicht mehr benutzt. Du wurdest schon lange nicht mehr benutzt. So. Also ich denke, wir sind halbwegs in der Endphase, aber ey, das ist echt noch viel Spiel. Also es kann heute ein langer Stream werden. Wieder ein Thema. Lenegis. Ein groß angelegter Astralenergieumwandler, der hauptsächlich die Elementarzusammensetzung von Daenerys Astralenergie umwandelt und an Rena sendet. Die Aktivierung und Steuerung der Astralenergieumwandlung geschieht durch den Herrscher, die Junge. Das ist doch ein Schreibfehler, die Jungfer und das Renes Alma am zentralen Kern. Lenegis besteht aus geheimen und essentiellen Personalwohnvierteln um einen großen Leiter herum, geschützt durch eine Verteidigungszone. Dieser äußere Ring wird bei Aktivierung entfaltet und legt den zentralen Leiter frei, während er gleichzeitig zur Stabilisierung dient. Aufgrund seines Aufbaus ist bei der Entfaltung des äußeren Rings eine Beschädigung der Wohnviertel zu erwarten. Da es jedoch nur während der letzten Stufe der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie dazu kommt, ist kein Notfallplan für diese Schäden erforderlich. Bis zu dieser Phase dient Lenegis als zentrale Einsatzbasis für die Verwaltung und Durchführung des Kampfes um die Krone auf Daena. Warnung! Personal mit Stufe 3 Autorität oder niedriger ist der Zutritt zur verbotenen Zone strikt untersagt. Ist ja auch verboten. Eindringlinge werden exekutiert. Trink halt was! Ja, das ist eine gute Idee. Bei so viel Gelaber. Oh. So, warte. Kurz mal. Chat. So, Goblin Quest und hab verkackt. Diese Hobgoblins, ne? Der Stork. Die dumme Kuh hat mir alle Kills geklaut. Okay, dann weiß ich wo. Also lange her, dass ich Fable 1 gespielt habe, aber ich habe alle 3 Teile durch auf jeden Fall. Abtrennbare Erntemaschine. Ein riesiges Geistgefäß, das für die Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie in Daena platziert wurde. Es dient als Spitze von Lenegis Energieleiter. Wenn er in daneischen Gewässern landet, fährt er 2 Reihen an Leitungsarmen aus. Die vertikalen Arme sind mit dem Zentrum Daenas verbunden. Die horizontalen Arme umhüllen gleichzeitig die gesamte Oberfläche Daenas. Nach der Aktivierung verbindet er sich mit den biologischen Geistgefäßen in jedem Reich und erntet so die gesamte Astralenergie des Planeten. Die gesammelte Energie wird dann über Lenegis an Rena übertragen. Da der Bau und die Anpassung im Regulierungsbereich der verbotenen Zone stattfinden, wird Lenegis äußerer Ring vor dem Start entfaltet. Aufgrund seiner halbautonomen Funktionsweise ist nur bei Bedarf der Einsatz von Wartungspersonal erforderlich. Abgesehen davon ist kein Personaleinsatz nötig, um die Funktion zu gewährleisten. Zusatz 1. Der abtrennbare Ernter 1 explodierte durch das Wüten des Herrschers auf Daena und wurde zerstört. Zusatz 2. Der Landepunkt des abtrennbaren Ernters 2 entspricht dem Landepunkt des Vorgängermodells. Das liegt an der Explosion des Vorgängermodells, die die planetare Topographie veränderte, was die Verbindung mit dem Zentrum Daenas erleichtert. Oho, das ist aber alles nicht so nett. Wir retten die Welt. Betäubungsmaske. Ein Apparat, der das Gesicht des Trägers bedeckt und seine mentale Aktivität einschränkt, der wurde zur Ruhigstellung von Gefangenen entwickelt. Sie kommt auch im medizinischen Bereich zum Einsatz, insbesondere um zu verhindern, dass Patienten ein psychisches Trauma erleiden. Dieser Einsatz ist aber nicht ratsam, da durch eine langfristige Verwendung das Risiko schädlicher Nebenwirkungen ansteigt. Zusatz: Durch den Verlust der Produktionsstätten bei der Zerstörung von Lenegis werden keine weiteren Geräte mehr hergestellt. Wieder ein Thema: Gehirnwäschebericht. Nachdem Meldungen über eine stabile, neue Herrschaftsform in Daenas Wasserreich aufkamen, wurde ein Untersuchungsbericht beauftragt. Das System ist insofern einzigartig, als es nur den Lord zur höchsten Autorität erhebt, während Rena wie Daener versklavt werden. Test: Objekt Nummer 10105 dient als derzeitiger Lord des Reichs und hat diesen Titel ohne Einsatz besonderer Macht, Drogen oder Geräte erlangt. Vielmehr gelang es ihm durch reine Führung. Angesichts der wirksamen Bevölkerungskontrolle der Methode wird die Situation weiter beobachtet. Zusatz 1. Der Schlüssel seiner Herrschaft scheint im Auslöschen kognitiver Fähigkeiten durch gewaltsame psychische Unterdrückung zu liegen. Sobald ein Zielobjekt seine Autonomie verliert, wird es für Angst desensibilisiert und ignoriert in Folge selbst seine persönliche Sicherheit. Während ein solcher Zustand für Befehlshaber ungeeignet ist, ist er ein effizientes Mittel zur Kultivierung austauschbarer Infanterie und Sklaven. Zusatz 2. Soldaten in Lenegis, die dieser Behandlung unterzogen wurden, werden testweise zur Sicherung geschützter Bereiche eingesetzt. Wieder ein Thema: Terminal verlassen. So, da haben wir nochmal hier 2 Terminals. Wieder ein Thema: Wir haben Meisterkerne. Meisterkerne sind Machtinstrumente und enthalten astrale Energie, die zu einem der 6 Elemente gehört. 5 dieser Meisterkerne für Erde, Wasser, Feuer, Wind und Licht sind beim Kampf um die Krone jederzeit an renäische Lords entliehen. Nur der dunkle Meisterkern verbleibt unter strengster Geheimhaltung in der verbotenen Zone, bis das Renas Alma bereit zur Reformation ist. Unter dem runden äußeren Ring des Meisterkerns befindet sich ein Kraftfeldkristall zur Verwahrung der Astralenergie und Stabilität. Die Astralenergie wird im Innern des Kraftfelds in einem inaktiven Zustand verwahrt. Während ihrer Herrschaft treten alle Lords im Kampf um die Krone an, um ihre jeweilige Art von Astralenergie anzusammeln. In Notlagen darf jeder Lord, wie erforderlich, Astralenergie von seinem jeweiligen Vorrat entziehen. Die zulässige Menge hängt jedoch von seiner individuellen Stärke ab. Zusatz 1: Es wurden Designfehler bei der Art und Weise entdeckt, wie sich das Renas Alma materialisiert. Hinweis: Aktive Meisterkerne können mit anderen Meisterkernen in der Nähe Resonanzen bilden und dadurch instabil werden. Zusatz 2: Nach der erfolgreichen Regeneration des Renas Alma werden die Meisterkerne nicht mehr genutzt und der Kampf um die Krone wird beendet. Geistkerne haben wir auch noch. Geistkerne sind Endstellen für die Ansammlung von Astralenergie. Wenn sie in ein biologisches Zielobjekt eingelassen sind, errichten sie Verbindungen durch seinen ganzen Körper. Durch diese Verbindungen wird Astralenergie aus körperlicher Aktivität gesammelt und schließlich vom Wirtkörper selbst ausgestoßen. Weil sich diese ausgestoßene Energie rasch verflüchtigt, muss der Wirt in Reichweite eines Geistgefäßes sein, das die Energie sammelt. Das bedeutet, dass dann näher zur Ernte der Astralenergie im Rahmen des Kampfes um die Krone einzusetzen sind. Aufgrund der schwierigen Herstellung ist es ratsam, dass die Geistkerne nach dem Tod des Wirts aus seinem Körper zurückgewonnen werden. Geistkerne können auch in Zeugel eingelassen werden, um sie durch Astralarzt zu steuern. Zusatz: Ist der Felix traurig? Hashtag Danke Felix, Leute. Und informiert ihn, dass er mal was trinken soll. Anders geht das nicht, sonst kriegen wir niemals einen glücklichen Felix zu sehen. Zusatz: Erhöhte körperliche Belastung eines Wirtskörpers erzeugt tendenziell mehr ausgestoßene Astralenergie. Die endgültige Bestätigung der idealen Belastung von Wirtskörpern zur idealen Astralenergieausbeute ohne zum Tod zu führen steht noch aus. Uah. Das hier hatte ich untersucht, ne? Genau, das war ja Herrscher und Jungfer. Dann fehlt ihm hier noch. Guck mal, da muss ich jetzt aber auch mal was trinken, ja. Ein kleiner Schluck, ein kleiner. Lords. Bei jedem Kampf um die Krone werden 5 der fähigsten renäischen Bürger als Lords auserwählt und treten an, der nächste Herrscher zu werden. Während ihrer Herrschaft wird ihnen Stufe 3 Autorität sowie 1 von 5 Elementarreichen mitsamt des entsprechenden Meisterkerns verliehen. Sie halten außerdem ein Wappen, das ihr jeweiliges Element ausweist. Die Auswahl berücksichtigt nur die Astralkünste sowie körperliche und geistige Eigenschaften. Andere Faktoren wie Alter haben keinen Einfluss. Da nur die stärksten Renäer-Lords werden, verleiht der Titel einem Lord keine zusätzliche Kraft. Es ist jedoch zu beachten, dass Lords nicht die einzigen sind, die einem Meisterkern seine Macht entlocken können. Alle Renäer müssen am Auswahlvorgang teilnehmen und die Annahme des Titels ist Pflicht. Geeignete Kandidaten dürfen darauf nicht verzichten. Falls ein amtierender Lord nicht mehr in seiner Rolle dienen kann, muss schnell ein Ersatz gefunden werden. Wähle ein Thema. Bericht zum individuellen Test Objektangleichungsindex. Uiuiui. Das ist ein Bericht zum zweiten erfolgreichen Experiment an dem Herrscher-Testobjekt. Testobjekt Nummer 10105, Name Volrun, Generation, keine Ahnung, individueller Angleichungsindex. Keine Angabe natürlich. Ja. Stuli! Das Zielobjekt weist ein hohes, hallo Sina. Das Zielobjekt weist ein hohes latentes Potenzial auf, zeigt jedoch Merkmale mentaler Instabilität sowie eine starke Abneigung, Befehle zu befolgen. Die Risiken, die es darstellt, übertreffen sogar die des letzten erfolgreichen Zielobjekts, das selbst scheiterte. Seine Beseitigung wird erwogen. Zusatz: Dies ist der erste erfolgreiche Fall in 300 Jahren. Die zuvor genannten Risiken wurden dank Kontrollprotokollen inzwischen minimiert. Zielobjekt wird unter der Annahme beobachtet, dass Plan 2 umgesetzt wird und in Dana unter der Tarnung eines Lords eingesetzt. Wähle ein Thema. Thema ist durch. Wir haben keine weiteren Terminals mehr, außer das, was auch immer hier in der Ecke schlummert. Aber dies ist nicht wichtig. Bin im Lurk, habe Männergrippe. Ich glaube, ich werde bald sterben. Oh mein Gott. Leute, wünscht alle Stuli gute Besserung. Eine Männergrippe ist nicht zu unterschätzen. Das ist das wahre Leid des Lebens. Ich hoffe, dir geht's bald besser, Stuli. Ich fühle mich, wann Beerdigung? Ich fühle mich nicht gut, wenn du dich nicht gut fühlst. Fühl dich gedrückt. Fühl dich bestuhlt. Eine Nachricht. Dieser Bereich wird jetzt geschlossen, da das Projekt in die Endphase geht. Okay, hier ist auch nichts mehr. Aha, ein Tröchen, und zwar Traubengelee. Aha, was ist mit dir? Was. Ausrüstung zur Überwachung der Testpersonen. Wahrscheinlich gab es auch einen Mechanismus zur Fehlerbeseitigung. Ja, aber nicht wichtig. Und Stuli hat mittlerweile schon 22.000 Punkte für den Rank Day beigetragen. Das ist verdammt viel für eine einzelne Person. Stuli, das bezeugt, wie viel du auf diesem Kanal stattfindest. Dankeschön. Danke für deine Zeit. Trank des Lebens 3-mal. Geil. Ein Raum, der über 3 Jahrhunderte hinweg unverändert geblieben ist, so als ob hier die Zeit selbst stehen geblieben wäre. Du weißt, meine Grippe ist da schnell.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Oh, Mann. Verbotene Zone, Forschungsbereich. Guck mal, hier haben wir zumindest noch mal ein paar Truhen. Ich würde gerne ein paar Heilsachen mitnehmen. Orangengelee. Oh, Kraftschmackheit ist auch cool. Aber ich hätte gerne sowas wie Orangengelee oder irgendwas Artähnliches. Ich glaube, Ananasgelee ist es. Ja, und Sina, das ist ja nicht geil. Ich hätte gerne ein Video davon, wie du das mit der Wäsche hingekriegt hast. Um deinen Lendenwirbel zu zerstören. Gute Besserung. Ja, gehe ich da mal rein. Kampf. Bosskampf. Zitronengelee. Ah, hier gibt es ganz viel Gelee.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Rena Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Rena Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Rena Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Rena Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Rena Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Xion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Ja, es ist bei Alphen jetzt aber auch das Outfit, das er gerade bekommen hat. Ich gebe dir jetzt mal wieder ein anderes, weil ich finde das nicht so fancy. Aber Shion ist halt mega. Und eine neue Waffe oder was? Neue Rüstung. Okay, warte. Weil ich bin tatsächlich kein Fan von dem Outfit. Das ist wirklich... Bluff. Wie ihr das seht. Aber ich gebe ihm lieber die Bauernkleidung. Nee. So, wo ist es? Wo ist es? Da. Das ist besser. Viel besser. 1000-mal besser. Und bei ihr Bauernkleidung. Ich meine, das ist schon schön. Das mag ich. Aber wir nehmen wieder das. Das ist geiler. Okay, und ich habe neue Ausrüstungssachen bekommen, ne? Ja, okay, hier ist es automatisch ausgerüstet. Bei ihr dann auch. Hat auch gute Stats tatsächlich. Das Schwert ist auch automatisch ausgerüstet. Und bei ihr, ja, perfekt. Okay. Dann ist alles gut. Dann haben wir hier nochmal einen Skit, die Frau ohne Mauern.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big
Ich sage nur ein Edgelord.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Dahnans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Dahnans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Ich hätte mal eine Prediction machen sollen. Ob ihr glaubt, dass ich das heute doch durchspiele. Holterraum. Komm, wir haben es doch bald. Welche Richtung? Muss das aktivieren? Der Sockel, auf dem das Renes-Alma vor 300 Jahren stand. Jetzt verströmt er keine Spur von Macht. Hier geht's runter. Heute nein, diesen Stream ja. Oh Gott. Ob ich so lange streamen kann? Er sagt, die das Spiel nicht kennt. Also ich denke, dass ich relativ weit bin, aber das sage ich schon seit 12 Stunden. Aber ich habe auch, also insgesamt habe ich echt viel Spielzeit. Also ich habe auch ein bisschen Zeit durchs Rumstehen gemacht. Ich gehe mal auf Speichern, das habe ich jetzt lange nicht mehr gemacht. Also 75 Stunden, davon sind aber ein paar Stunden auf jeden Fall ein doofes Rumstehen. Nach dem Stream und noch nicht die Konsole ausmachen und sowas. Ah, hier lang. Bosskampf jetzt, los.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Immer noch nicht vorbei, nee. Gib mein Bestes.
This is it, guys.
Habe ich gerade drüber geredet, tatsächlich. Felix, ich hatte schon einen Bosskampf. Und wieder ein Fragezeichen im Titel. Ja, ich bin noch nicht ganz sicher. Oh, ein Gespräch.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right.
Nee, morgen kommt das DLC auch noch gar nicht. Das kommt am 9.
Except the Danon astral energy feels
Morgen
even
kommt Star
stronger
Ocean
here.
2.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange
Felix, das heißt labern und nicht labbern.
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends.
Einmal hätte ich durchgehen lassen, aber zweimal, Felix.
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Was mir Sorgen bereitet, ich habe immer noch nicht alle Hudels, ne? Okay, Leute, machen wir eine Abstimmung. Ich glaube, jetzt kommt ein Bosskampf. Ey, warum nicht? Ich will meinen, ich glaube, dass ich es schaffe. Ich habe relativ gute Items und gute Ausrüstung. Aber jetzt kommt auf jeden Fall ein Bosskampf. So, Vorhersage starten. Legen wir den nächsten Boss First Try. Vorhersage starten. Verstanden? Und bam. Ich bin Level... Ich guck mal. 44, 45. Oben links siehst du das in dem Christ-Dingern. Das ist Hauptquest, yes. Und ich glaube, dass wir jetzt auf jeden Fall was Größeres besiegen müssen. Oder was Stärkeres. Mal gucken. Schuh. Steckst du vorher noch Punkte irgendwo rein? Oder nein? Punkte doch. Fertigkeiten Matrix, das mache ich. Das ist gut. Okay, hier nicht. Durchdringung. Letzter Schuss. Muss mal gucken, was kann ich hier leveln? Überlimit-Verlängerung, einfacheres Überlimit, Revitalisierung. Das will ich haben. So. Ja, komm, weil das günstig ist. Was haben wir bei ihmchen? Noch irgendwas zum Fertigmachen? Angriff plus 30. Ja, komm, hier. Ich habe tatsächlich nicht so viele Punkte zum Leveln. Das ist ein bisschen tragisch. So, So, den können wir voll machen. Erhöhte Maximal AL, Ausweichen in der Luft. Erhöhter, ja komm hier. Und den kann ich mir nochmal leisten. Wie ist es bei ihmchen? Verbesserte Heilungsart. Zack. Ja, und bei ihm spare ich ja natürlich noch Durchdringung plus 30. Was kostet das? Oh, 2040. Das ist wild. Was kriege ich, wenn ich alles mache? Durchdringung 40. Hier 30 und hier Resistenz 50. Was muss ich hierfür machen? Hat alle Lichter besiegt, die aus dem Keil hervorgingen. Ah. Okay, dann speichern wir jetzt. Und auf geht's. Sehe ich Gati. Okay, legen wir in den nächsten Boss First Try. Ein paar Stimmen für Yay, ein paar Stimmen für Nay. Und mein Streamlabs ist abgekackt. So, jetzt sehe ich wieder was. Okay. Auf geht's.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Oh Gott.
They're not feeling particularly tough.
Okay, Level 48 und wir sind 44, 45. Dann mal schauen, spielt das irgendeine Rolle, wen ich angreife? Ne, haben alle dieselben Stats. Okay, dann bleib ich hier.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Searing Gale!
Oh ja, das hat guten Schaden gemacht. Ja, ich bin jetzt kurz mal Fokus. Warte mal. Das hier nochmal einstellen und ich glaube wieder an dich. Also ja, nicht aufhören mit zu gut sein. Okay. Es wird Zeit für einen Schmankerl tatsächlich. Oh, fuck, ich muss den Healing Circle eigentlich rein. Ah, Mann, schade. shit. Wie sieht's aus? Hier für mich? Ich will mich nicht selber heilen müssen. Oh yes, das war gut. Oh, gleich kommt hier von Shion. Komm, mach mal. Bitte. Da, danke. Oh, fuck. Das ist nicht gut. Zitronengelee auf Shion. Danke, da ist der Heal. Shion, bitte. Okay, ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob sie rätseln wird oder heilen wird, aber ich mache ein Pfirsich-Gelee auf Kisara. Aber den komischen Segenattacken sind ein bisschen ätzend. Also, das sieht alles so passiv aus, was die machen, aber trotzdem machen die halt mega aktiven Schaden, ne? Schmankerl. Oh, warte. Es wird Zeit für Orangengelee. Okay, schon ein bisschen alle. Oh, jetzt Healing Circle. Oh ja, es tat weh. So, auf die Hälfte sind sie gleich runter. Ich weiß nicht, ob sie dann jetzt mit irgendeiner zweiten Phase anfangen oder so ein Müll. Oh, scheiße. Oh, scheiße. Hier. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, es gibt keinen Finisher in der Mitte. Normalerweise hast du es bei Bosskämpfen ja immer, wenn die auf die Hälfte runter sind, dass man so einen kleinen Finisher-Move kriegt. Das blieb jetzt gerade aus. Trank des Lebens, kurz mich selber retzen. Damit Shion den Zug nicht verschwendet. Shion hier, krieg ich einen? Ja. Oh, shit. Oh, die standen gerade alle so schön in der Linie. Oh nein. Echt jetzt? Shion getötet? Oh, fuck. Was soll denn das? Okay. Ihr steht gerade so schön aufgereiht. Yes. Das war strong. Orangengelee für den Heal dann. Okay. Oh nice, jetzt kommt da. Oh, warte, da will ich wieder rein. Und die stehen aufgereiht für Einäscherungswelle. Oh yes. Oh shit. Ja, ich hätte mal die Sekunde warten sollen auf den Heal. Ja, es kann auf jeden Fall noch nicht das letzte sein. Dafür ist das zu unspektakulär. Ja, fuck. Okay, warte, das wird stark. Ja. Oh yes, das spüren die, das spüren die. Das war's. Aber ich glaube, da kommt noch eine Phase. Hallo Lea. Das fühlt sich noch nicht richtig an.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Ich glaube, mit den GGs müssen wir noch warten.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
Gott, die singen sowas nicht.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh God.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
Das bedeutet, die Prediction ist vorbei, keine zweite Phase. Und das war ein Yay. Moment, ich löse das mal eben auf. Dann haben wir das. Ergebnis wählen. Yay. Vorhersage abschließen. Bam! Alle, die an mich geglaubt haben, kriegen Punkte. Dankeschön.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doylin? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Okay, dann ist der Final Boss nicht die Rote Frau. Dann haben wir doch noch viel Content. Verdammt, kann ich schnell reisen? Nein, ich muss so raus. Und wir haben ja auch immer noch Nebenquests, ordentlich ein paar Stück. Boy, 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 das wird wild. Ich dachte, das schaffen wir in diesem Stream. Wir schaffen das wahrscheinlich, aber es wird ein langer Stream. Warte mal, wo muss ich raus? Tiefen-Teleportierraum wahrscheinlich. Genau, hier. Yeah. Jetzt fängt das Spiel erst an. Oh Gott, wie bei diesem einen Bosskampf. Man dachte, man ist durch. Aber ja, also ich schätze, wahrscheinlich ist Volron dann wirklich der letzte Boss. Wie er wieder hart nach mir klappt. Muss ich jetzt echt diesen Weg gehen? Oder mache ich gerade was falsch? Das wirkt so umständlich. Ich weiß ja nicht, was das soll, warum sie einen die Schnellreise dann wegnehmen. Dann gleich ist das Tutorial beendet. So, hier ist ja auch nichts mehr zu holen. Aber der Bosskampf gegen die Rote Frau oder die Roten Frauen war in Ordnung. Ja, das Tauschen geht bis Level 255. Aber meistens hast du ja so ein Durchspiellevel zwischen 40 und 60 bei Rollenspielen. Außer es ist Dragon Age, dann ist es 20. Sieht aus, als würde das aufgehen, aber es ist wohl nicht. Oh, nice. Also auf jeden Fall so bis Level 99 trainieren. Boah, hätte ich gar keinen Bock. Man bedenkt, dass ich jetzt erst bei 45 bin oder so. Der Track hier ist recht episch. Kann ich die skippen? Nee. Ah, ist auch die Frage, ob ich die skippen sollte, ne? Weil die Erfahrung hier ist wirklich gut. Ja, das stimmt. Hatten wir wirklich bis Level 70 Monster? Also Level 60 weiß ich noch. Ja, und wir haben auch noch die Arena, ne? Die müssen wir auch noch machen.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Ja. Ja, okay. Keine Gegner. Doch, da, jetzt schnell, schneller! Ah! Er ist noch nicht abgelaufen, ne? Oh, ich bin ja fast tot. Geh mich mal bitte. Rauer Wind. Das, du meinst dieses riesengroße Ding auf dem Turm mit den ganzen Vögeln? Der Gegner ist recht easy. Der dreht sich halt nie um, ne? Gefühlt.
One keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Blow away! I'll smash you! No escape! I'm on your way! Not today!
I never miss!
Auf jeden Fall, wir haben ja auch noch diesen einen Level 54er oder was das war. Dieses Hirschvieh. Aber mittlerweile haben wir auch bessere Rüstung und bessere Waffen. Und vielleicht, wenn wir das Story noch ein Stück weiterspielen, vielleicht kriegen wir nochmal neue Ausrüstungsgegenstände. Ja, aber ein bisschen mehr Damage dürfte ich schon machen, ne? Also, das ist halt auch schon wieder so ein HP-Sponge hier. Also haben sie es ein bisschen auf schwer, glaube ich, skaliert. Dass die Gegner halt sehr viel aushalten. Na, wie viel gibt's? Ja, es ist halt nicht so viel. Hier. Oh, das war knapp. Jo, bis gleich, Lütke. Ah, scheiße, jetzt bin ich wirklich tot. Oh, und sie first aided. Aber jetzt Resurrection.
Here's a healing arc!
Incineration wave!
Getting started! Radiant here!
Take this!
Whirlwind snap! Where are you going? In a bind?
You're mine!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Ja, den hab ich gleich.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Flammenschwung!
I'm on it! Wind!
Make it rain!
Mirage!
I'll crush you!
Ja, das wird reichen.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Ich wollte halt so einen Dungeon mit relativ leichten Gegnern, aber mit hohem Level. Da es ein bisschen mehr bringt hier. Öffentliche Parkzone. Also das Rausging ging jetzt aber relativ schnell.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnagin, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elden Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Oh, Fertigkeit Nordrücks, noch mehr. Fühle ich zu wenig FP ab. Oh, Bodenzerstörer. Also gerade, ich habe ein Skit. Ich habe natürlich ein Skit.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Noch ein Skit.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Yes, noch ein Skit.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Noch eins? Noch eins? Noch eins? Nein? Nein? Oh! Scheiße, ich werde langsam skeptisch, das heute noch zu schaffen. Oh, Reise nach Rena. Muss ich jetzt zu Fuß gehen, oder was? Das ist nicht okay. Oha. Na, mal gucken.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Also, falls ich es heute nicht schaffen sollte, wird es wahrscheinlich höchstens nur noch einen Stream geben. Vom DLC natürlich. Ach ja, verkaufen. Und eine Marke aus Platin. Könnte ruhig mehr geben, finde ich. Ehrlich gesagt, warte mal, was ist das? Dunkle Mähne. Traubengelee. Ich habe 13 Mal Traubengelee. Wann ist das denn passiert? Das ist natürlich ziemlich geil. So, das will ich nicht haben. Das vielleicht. Das maybe. Aber ich könnte auch was Besseres finden, ne? Weil so richtig geil ist es jetzt auch nicht. Nee, mach ich mal nicht. Dann gehen wir nochmal auf Schmieden. Waffe schmieden. Nö. What the fudge? Aber ich kann ja das hier bauen. Fertigen und ausrüsten. Für ihn gibt es auch was Neues. Fancy. Oh. Das ist natürlich cute. Aber es hat die besseren Stats. Was soll ich machen? Kann auch nicht aus meiner Haut. Reneische Historia. Boah, die ist gut. Und das kann ich auch. Also mir mangelt es an Geld. Schon wieder. Verkaufen. Ey, es tut mir leid, Traubengelee. RIP. Okay, genau. Dann will ich das Ding hier einmal machen. Das reicht ja noch nicht, ne? Ich muss noch mehr verkaufen. Ich kann ja Waffen verkaufen, die ich nicht mehr brauche. Zum Beispiel das Ding. Und das Ding. Und das Ding sowieso. Und roten Schild. Auch weg. Irgendeine Ausgabe von Schieß mich. Auch weg. So. Der Stab. Jetzt muss ich mal gucken, wie ich Heilungs-Items mäßig aufgestellt bin. Ach so, Bauernhof habe ich auch noch. Pferdefleisch, mehr Pferd. So. Einmal so beiläufig einfach. Oh, Rank Day 5958 Punkte schon beigetragen. Nice, Lea. Und Gati 10k. Wild. Wild. Je mehr da reingecasht wird, desto weniger kriege ich Bock, das zu machen. Aber irgendwas muss mich ja dazu zwingen. Muss ich irgendwann auch nochmal machen mit dem Zubehör hier. Das dauert mir zu lange. Objekte kaufen. Also, Trank des Lebens. So ein paar wären schon mal ganz cool, glaube ich. Schmankerl habe ich ein paar verballert. Orangengelee, das ist wichtig. So. Der Rest nicht so.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Warum sagt er das so mit dem Equipment? Will er auf irgendwas hinaus? Nee. Einfach so ein random Pech. Eine random Info von ihm. Da muss ich jetzt echt zu Fuß laufen. Oder wie Felix sagen würde, laufen, ne? Ja, ich mag, wie schön das Schwert leuchtet. Das ist nicht das Originalschwert, das ich ausgerüstet habe, aber man kann ja sein Design von den Waffen einstellen. Und ich habe mich für leuchtend entschieden, weil ich das schön finde. Das erinnert mich auch so ein bisschen an Phantasy Star, den ganzen Photonenwaffen da. Und Leute, wie lange könnt ihr heute? Haltet ihr erst mit mir durch? Müsst ihr irgendwann schlafen? Habt ihr Frühschicht? Habt ihr Urlaub? Hätte ich jetzt echt nicht... Nee, ich kann nicht schnell reisen, ey. Das ist so unnötig. Lass mich doch schnell reisen. Weil, wo ist jetzt der Mehrwert, dass ich jetzt hier zu Fuß gehe? Wenn hier auf dem Weg nicht mal irgendwas ist. Um 10 ins Bett. Okay. Oh, was sehe ich da? Was bin ich erblickend? Warte. Das ist wichtig. Das hat Prio 1. Ich bleib dran, bis ich einpenne. Nice. Dufti, wie geht's dir? Wie geht's deiner Sportsession? Bei mir ist es morgen wieder dran. Heute habe ich nichts gemacht. Dafür habe ich heute 2 Burger gegessen. Und was hatte ich zum Frühstück? Ein Kuchen. Ich hatte einen Käse-Schokokuchen. Also, ja, Käsekuchen mit bisschen Schoko halt. Freitag wieder. Warte mal, du musst... Ah, Sport meinst du, okay. Was hast du denn da für einen Tonus? Also, deine Regelmäßigkeit? Einmal die Woche? Zweimal? 8-mal? Bei mir halt unterschiedlich. Also meistens 5-mal die Woche, aber...
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
Merkst du denn schon was, Tufti? Ein Erfolg?
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
Ich hab Rücken.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman.
Den hab ich leider
and the
aufgegessen,
Renaissance.
ja. Durchweg.
The answers have to be there.
20:20 Uhr.
Prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Der Jumpscare, ey. Ich war nicht ready.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
Bin dabei, Missy. Bin dabei.
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Beep, 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 beep. Nee, meistens sind die ja nicht da,
We managed to
Missy.
get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Und noch ein Skit.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay.
Yes, wir haben über ein Skit ein weiteres Skit freigeschaltet.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you?
Meinst du so generell, Lüge, oder meinst du auf den Stream bezogen?
That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Erkunde die Gegend. Bei mir ruckeln die Bilder im Stream. Ton ist normal. Hattest du das bei jedem Stream jetzt oder ist das erst seit kurzem? Wie ist es für den Rest? Wo bin ich denn jetzt gerade? Ja, untere Ebene, komm. Ach, ist nicht zugänglich. Ja, dann mittlere Ebene eben. Läuft normal bei dir, okay. Okay, da muss ich eh hin. Es geht. Hatten wir schon lange nicht mehr. Sogar Katschü.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Verbotene Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Daeg Faezol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Rena Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Rena Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Daeg Faezol.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Puh, also nach dem Gespräch müssen wir jetzt erstmal jemand anderen suchen und mit ihm weiterreden. Ich kann es nicht mehr. Oh Gott, ein Skit. Es ist ein Skit.
I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty
Die
work.
SDF, es wird nicht mehr aufhören.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up.
Ja.
At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story
Missy, die
much
fehlen ja
more
auch die
difficult
50
to
Stunden,
believe.
die es vorher gab zu dem
The spirit
Spiel.
of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing
Ja,
that
ich hatte das
concerns
vor 2 Jahren schon mal angefangen und jetzt
How the Great Spirit, the
nach einer Ewigkeit halt erst weitergespielt.
Are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, In all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Oh, ich hab so Lust. Ich will zu einem Gespräch, nach einem Gespräch. Hoffentlich in Form eines Skits, das hatten wir lange nicht. Ah ne, hier geht's nicht lang. Untere Ebene, mittlere, wo bin ich, wann bin ich, wer bin ich? Achso, ja, dann untere Ebene. So. Und wenn das nicht geht, dann obere Ebene. Ah, hallo. Gib mir ein Skit.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Oh my god.
Have you guys lived up here in Daeg Faezol with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Daenons by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Daenons who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Daenons that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Rena Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Yes, die Gruppe hat sich aufgelöst, das ist ganz wichtig, weil jetzt kann ich mir mehr Skits angucken und mehr Gespräche führen. Der Aufseher und ich führen viele beliebte Debatten zu einer ganzen Reihe von Themen. Politik, Philosophie, Wissenschaft. Ich genieße sie stets. Als Angehörige anderer Spezies sind unsere Blickwinkel so einzigartig, dass es intellektuell anregende Gespräche sind. Ich gehe davon aus, dass auch der Aufseher sie genießt. Sie sind ein exzellentes Mittel, um der Monotonie in Daeg Faezol zu entfliehen. Es ist so wild. Bislang sind die Dinge auf Dana genau nach Plan verlaufen. Ich fühle mich geehrt, den letzten Stufen eines Ereignisses beizuwohnen, das generationenlang vorbereitet wurde. Ich bin gespannt, wie es endet. Die Schöpfergabe, die Helganquil aufweisen, erstaunt mich jedes Mal aufs Neue. Ob Zeuge, wäre näher oder alles andere. Ich vermute, dass unser Eins viele Generationen braucht, bevor wir ihr Niveau an Expertise und Kultiviertheit erreichen. Also, ganz geil. Ich muss jetzt also nochmal mit den ganzen Teammates reden, ne, weil die Meinung, die interessiert mich natürlich sehr. Aber bevor ich das mache, habe ich hier noch ein interessantes Skit.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Sollten wir darüber nachdenken, wie wir mit dem Schmerz umgehen, den wir alle fühlen. Was ist denn mit dir? Heilung. Vinti. Ha, ihr habt mich wieder zusammengebrochen vorgefunden und mir aufgeholfen. Das weiß ich zu schätzen. Dank euch kann ich weiter forschen. Glückstrank, 5-mal. Habe ich, glaube ich, nie benutzt. Tschüss. Aha, Party-People, die reden wollen. Haben die Rena auf Lenegis die Kontrolle über ihre Zeugel verloren? Es wäre angesichts der ganzen Astralenergie dort nicht unplausibel. In dem Fall wurden wohl die Arts, die sie im Zaum hielten, gestört. Ich bezweifle, dass es andernfalls das Werk des großen Geistes war. Ich stimme zu, es ist schwer vorstellbar, dass ein derart riesiges Bewusstsein ein so lokales Phänomen aushacken und bewirken würde. Gib mir. No, was wollt ihr da eigentlich? Es handelt sich um Daeg Faezol Baupläne mit einem zentralen Fahrstuhlschacht und mehreren kreisförmigen Bereichen. Gespräch, wichtig. Richtig und wichtig.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Ringwell?
Never.
That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Daenan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Daenans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Daena anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Daenans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Daenan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Daena's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Daena's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Ich hoffe, es kommt irgendwann der Tag, an dem Magier so normal sind wie alle anderen in Daena. Wisst ihr, was nicht normal ist? Die Anzahl an Gesprächen in diesem Spiel. Ja, komm. Jetzt können wir auch alles mitnehmen. Ich frage mich, ob Danea noch immer keine eigenen Nachnamen erhalten. So roh diese Taktik auch ist, sie ist effektiv zur Unterwerfung, wobei wir nicht so verschieden sind. Sie mögen klangvoll wirken, aber Nachnamen sind bloß Mittel, die formale Herkunft eines Einzelnen auszumachen. Abgesehen von den unvorhersehbaren Entwicklungen in Lenegis verlief alles recht reibungslos. Selbst wenn wir solche Deviationen bemerkten, würden wir sie vermutlich ignorieren, da uns unser Leitbild als Beobachter das Eingreifen untersagt. Jetzt blendet er sich... Ja, hier. Weil gleich ist wieder Cutscene. I lost my will to live. Also es ist halt wirklich so, ne? Also, als Lenegis aktiviert wurde, wurde auf die Sicherheit der Einwohner von Wohnvierteln offenbar kein Gedanke verschwendet. Nicht, dass es eine Rolle spielen würde, nach Vollendung des Plans ist Lenegis nutzlos. Es ist nur logisch, dass es dringendere Anliegen gibt. Der Aufseher muss so erfreut sein, dass er die Transformation Daenas mit ansehen darf, bevor er das Zeitliche segnet. Oh, warte, einen haben wir noch. Hier, der ist wichtig. Der Aufseher bleibt aller Wahrscheinlichkeit nach bis auf Weiteres bei uns, da seine Vitalwerte weiterhin stabil sind. Trotz seines Aussehens ist seine Biologie unserer überraschend ähnlich. Ist das nicht unheimlich faszinierend? Ja, bitte erzähl mir mehr. Ich hatte jetzt zu wenig Gespräche. Ich möchte, dass du da nochmal weiter drauf eingehst.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
Ganon.
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Wenn nicht mindestens einer von den Labertaschen hier elendig verreckt im Finale, bin ich echt enttäuscht. Es liegt bereits ein langer Weg hinter uns und doch bleibt noch so viel zu tun. Danke für deine unermüdliche Unterstützung, All. Für ein Gespräch haben wir noch. Oh, geil.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Xion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns' connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Oh, sie sind wieder zurück. Oh, geil, geil. Wir haben Skits freigeschaltet. Oh, nice. Toll.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance
21:21.
Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
Ja, ich glaube, du hattest recht.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Noch ein Skit? Noch eins? Nein? Welche Ebene waren das? War es die obere, die mittlere, die untere? Wo geht's da lang? Okay. Einfach nicht bewegen, kurz eher fertig werden. Ach scheiße, ich weiß gar nicht, was ich ausgewählt habe. Ich habe einfach so schnell gedrückt. Wo bin ich? Bin ich? Mittlere Ebene, ne? Ja. Aber der nächste Dungeon ist der Final Dungeon, bestimmt. Und da will ich auf jeden Fall noch hin heute. Damit ich leveln kann.
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Rena's Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Rena's Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Rena's Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Rena's Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Rena's Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Rena's Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Rena's Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man,
oh mein Gott.
Is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like
Oh
a
nice, wir haben
normal
Skits
person?
freigeschaltet.
Is the Rena's Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Noch ein Skit? Mehr. Gespräche. Es wird ein Weilchen dauern, euer Raumschiff vollständig zu reparieren. Ich würde vorschlagen, dass ihr euch bis dahin etwas ausruht.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Runewell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Mach's gut, Missy. Danke, dass du so lange da warst.
I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
when we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen. that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Daeg Faezol.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Daeq.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Oh, es geht nach Rena. Aber von wo aus? Warte. Weiß ich nicht. Bestimmt hier. Ich hoffe endlich auf einen Dungeon. Mit Gegnern. Mit Dingen töten. Mit Kämpfen. Kein Gesprächen. Außerdem muss ich seit 3 Stunden auf Toilette.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Oh mein Gott. Wir sind auf Rena. Zerstörte Überreste. Wir sind in einem Dungeon. Ich kann es ja gar nicht glauben, dass ich das noch erleben darf.
So this is Rena.
Besondere Eulen scheinen in ganz Dana aufgetaucht zu sein. Oh nein. Oh nein. Jetzt muss ich auch noch Eulen suchen. Oh, und wir haben noch mal ein Gespräch. Super. Hast du gedacht, Gameplay, aber nein.
What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Yes, noch eins!
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage
Schon
to
3
divert
Serien
enough
geschafft,
energy
Lücke.
away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Yes, noch eins!
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it.
Felix für PC oder für PlayStation?
Magic and astral arts are used to help people, where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Oh, war's das? Du hattest gerade kein Internet? Wie lange? Stunden schon? Gründe sind lustig, erzähl mal. 1,5 Stunden. Eieiei, das ist aber wild. So, oh, ist das jetzt so ein Dungeon mit Teleportern? Lass mich mal irgendwo hingehen. Da. Die Sicherung war draußen. Oh Gott. PC. Felix, ist das... hat das Crossplay? Oder kriegen die das nicht hin? Auch die Glasfaserdose drauf läuft. Nochmal ein Gespräch. Das hatten wir schon lange nicht. Oh, ich dachte, ich kann kurz spielen.
Helganquil.
Guess they don't need their red woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something
oh Gott! Oh Gott!
We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Ich dachte, ich kriege hier normale Gegner, aber ich kriege ja Boss-Scheiß. Ich bin überhaupt nicht bereit emotional dafür. Oh mein Gott. Und das sind wieder die roten Frauen quasi. Helganquil. Ja, komm mal, die werden ja wohl schaffen, die sind nicht so stark. Oh, warte, ich kann gleich Finisher machen. Ja, das hat sie jetzt gecancelt damit, das ist ein bisschen ungeil. Oh, yes. Das sind jetzt die neuen normalen Gegner. Aber dafür sind die zu stark. Ja, diese Einherrschungswelle ist gar nicht mal so stark, habe ich das Gefühl. Und gerade so ausgewichen. Yes. Kombo-Zähler geht hoch und Schlag. Ich kann jetzt Respekt um meine Hausmeister skippen. Und ich muss ihn... Oh, warte, das habe ich noch nicht gelesen. Oh, jetzt aber die Pause. Ja, ich mach... Der Stream ist eh gleich vorbei und dann geht's los bei mir. Oh. Also per Gewalt in den Stellen, das muss... Du hast die einfach selber gefixt, Hale. Du bist schon ein krasser Typ. Du kriegst maximalen Respekt. Ja, ich glaube, es wird heute nicht das Finale. Aber ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, jetzt sind wir wirklich im Final-Dungeon. Also, nach all der Vorbereitung und all dem Talk, na, wenn das jetzt nicht das Finale ist. Aber es gibt noch viel, was ich außerhalb des Endings hier machen möchte. Also neben Quest-Shit. Also kein Starischen morgen. Hale, was hältst du davon? Tales of Arise? Und wenn das durch ist, Wechsel auf Starischen? Außerdem kommt das DLC ja von Starischen erst... von Tales of Arise ja erst am 9. oder so. Das heißt, ich könnte das am Samstag oder Freitag dann nochmal zu Ende bringen. Und dazwischen einmal Starischen. Guck mal, es geht ja auch. Vor allem habe ich dann, ich brauche vielleicht noch so einen Tag Pause, um hier ein bisschen was zu grinden. Du, was dich glücklich macht, ich stehe dir nicht im Weg. Oh Gott. Und ich habe Gothic bei Felix. Oh, Ungespräch, cool.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
Oh.
If we lose heart
Das waren 16k eben einfach.
Have to stay the course.
Oh mein Gott, sehe ich normal ein Gespräch. Oh.
I wonder what Helganquil's civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Harlan, meinst du jetzt von Tales of Arise?
Hey, I just realized something.
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize
Da musst du mich beim nächsten Stream dann aber lang führen.
What? No, I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Oh, cool, ein Gespräch.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again.
Das hätten die echt sein lassen können. Das Spiel wäre so viel besser.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You
Oder
don't
halt
think the Renans
vielleicht
have
die Hälfte oder ein Viertel
ranch where they
davon.
breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Okay, denn die mache ich jetzt noch platt. Level 50, 52. Okay, also müsste man hier relativ gut leveln können. Aber ja, Hane, du bist auch dafür, dass wir Bonusbosse machen, oder? Wenn, dann kann man ja schon mal alles mitnehmen beim Spiel. Was man so halbwegs hinkriegt. Bin ich tot? Ja, ich bin tot. Okay, warten, dass die Rettung einsetzt. Okay. Ja, und die sind auch machbar. Also hohes Level, aber gut zu töten.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix yeah! Nice technique! I'm on it! Here I come! Strike! Strike! Wind! Luna! Arc! Talon! Hurricane! Void Flash! Here I go! Strike!
Okay, kommt aber wieder runter. Autsch. Rauer Wind. Dann gibt's gleich eine mystische Art. Und zack. Wie viel hat er jetzt noch? Hälfte, immer noch.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Searing gale! Explosion! Blow away! No escape! There! Make it rain! In an instant! Impact block!
Remember to tell me if you
Ja.
need healing.
Und noch ein Gespräch. Yes, das ist aber das letzte Schluss.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great
Danke fürs Dasein, Lauri. Ich warte auch nur auf dieses Gespräch ab und dann ist der Stream sowieso vorbei. Schlaf gut. Oh, warte, das Gespräch nehmen wir jetzt auch noch mit, weil wir noch eins haben. Yay!
Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Oh my fucking God, es gibt noch ein Gespräch.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Okay, es ist vorbei. Leute, es ist einfach vorbei. Tales of Arise, der vorletzte Stream, ist vorbei.